All right, so the first pitch is ground ball to the right side, and Hanwha has broken up the no hitter. As apparently my foot button is not working. Yeah, if KT wins, then tomorrow NC has to win. Oh, Yuan Suck already on first base. Again, apparently my buttons are not working suddenly. Can't be having that. As that's in there for a strike to Guan Guang Ning. So hopefully my buttons come back to life. Nope, they're not. Apparently, none of this stuff is buttons, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it. So if I can't get it to connect properly, then I'm not going to stream. Because otherwise it's just too much of a pain for me. As again, you can see suddenly KT has 6 runs. As the 1-2 pitch, and that's going to be a ground ball through the right side, and just like that, Hanwha's got runners on the corners. Let me see. No way. All right, this is absolutely annoying. Nothing works right now. And again, I'm not going to stream if this doesn't work. Sorry, guys. There we go. All right. Okay, okay. Yeah, I had to restart the whole streaming setup because it just was not working. I had no buttons again because more updates. And that brings up Eugene Young. Eugene Young looks at ball one. All right. I think we're good now. Hopefully. And that misses low, 2-0. And here comes the 2-0 in there for a strike, and it's 2-1. And the 2-1 misses low again, and it's 3-1. All right. Now I think I'm ready to do this. I already got it warming up in the bullpen. And that misses low, and he walks him. Brings up the ever dangerous Ito Yoon, who loves to come up clutch. You want me to retire, Arpo? Is that what you're saying? All right, that brings up Ito Yoon. Yeah. All right, Ito Yoon steps in, lefty 257 on the season for the late inning defensive replacement oftentimes, but looks at ball one way outside there. Arpo, no number 3 team has ever won the Korean series, and you think a number 4 team is going to suddenly? The 1-0 is fouled away, 1-1. Yeah. Okay, Arpo. And the 1-1 in there for a strike at the top of the zone, and it's 1-2. Remember, Hanwha's starter still has to go out there. So yeah, 3 runs, yeah, huge. As the 1-2 in the dirt, and it's 2-2. This is I think it's very fitting. If you guys remember the last time Hanwha and KT played, Ponce on the mound, and what happened in the first inning? That's right. KT ended up hitting a 3-run shot off of Ponce to give Ponce his only loss on the season. No one has, Arpo. As the 2-2 pitch, that's going to be a ground ball past the diving shortstop, and another hit for Hanwha. All right, so Kim Tae-yeon steps up now. Yeah, Park Jun-young is the starter for Hanwha. Needless to say, he has not been good in his time in as well. He got one out, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have a new pitcher coming in. That was quick. I didn't even get to tell you. Well, so let me go ahead and tell you, Owan Suk's arsenal. He throws a fastball mainly 55% of the time at 141. Change up off of that 25% of the time, 129. A slider, 13%, 131. And then a curveball, 7% at 115. Yeah. So that is their starter that just got pulled. Royal Kingdom, that game is awful. I report every single advertisement as spam on every social media I have. Absolutely amazing start for Hanwha. Hanwha has had trouble scoring runs all season until they put the guys that nobody wants to let play, and suddenly they're breaking records. Well, so Jim, the thing is they have to play on Sunday. So, they have to think about that. It was his turn in the rotation. But Patrick out there on the mound now for KT. And that's going to be a ground ball past the diving first baseman. And just like that, they've got themselves another run. One pitch, one run. Unbelievable, real start here for Hanwha. When was the last time they scored 4 runs in the first inning of any game? Nobody called that. All right, Hanwha steps in. And it's now 2-0. Yeah, left field. Hanwha, 4 hits on the season, 167 on the season. Does not get to play very often. And that's going to be a ground ball. Third baseman grabs it, looks back, the guy over at third, and then a ground ball. 2 away. So much for that home run. Well, no, that was a to Haw in left field. That right there is what that was. It was on the left part just behind the infield. And the number 9 hitter just looks it's a ball one up high, huh? Wang Young. And that misses up high also, 2-0. I know what KT was thinking. Again, you have Hanwha has lefty, 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 a bunch of lefties. As, that's fouled away, 2-1 now. Wang Young Mook fan catches the Wang Young Mook foul ball. As here we go, the 2-1 pitch. And he fouls that up. Man of the people, that's right. All right, the 2-2 pitch from Patrick to Wong Young Mook, already down 4-0, and that's going to be chopped into the ground and stays 2-2. Two thousand 1999, Hanwha finished second in the league, and they won the championship. That's fouled away. All Hanwha fans expecting the same, expecting a repeat. He has found his queen, ladies and gentlemen. Sure, it's the Queen of Hearts. As the 2-0, broken bats, but foul. Gonna have their kids running around the house, painting the roses red. Painting the roses red. Lotte needs a shortstop. Look at that uniform, just in shambles. The stitching coming off of a professional. Oh, just misses up high, and we've got our first full count of the day. Look at that stitching all coming off of that uniform. It's supposed to be a professional uniform. Good evening, Armand. Man, the 3-2 is going to be a ground ball through the right side, and Hanwha is going to have a couple more here as Ito Yoon and Kim Tae-yun come in on the 2 RBI single from Wong Young Mook. And just like that, everybody's prediction is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, Hanwha has learned to hit when there's no pressure. Iwan Suk ground ball through the left side, and he is on base for the second time this inning with another single. This is getting ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. They're not. They're just ground balls constantly. Ground balls through, ground ball through, ground ball through, ground ball through. All right. Guan Guangmin steps in, looks at ball one outside, 1-0. He singled and scored a run earlier. And that misses low, 2-0. NC just loving this day. And here comes the 2-0 pitch. Sets up right down the middle, and he fouls it back, 2-1. Already 6-0. Arpo, I think it really depends on tomorrow. Like, actually, well, it depends on this game because again, if Hanwha wins, as that one is lifted and just gets out of play. Because if Hanwha wins, that means NC doesn't need to start Riley tomorrow, which means they can save Riley to pitch against Samsung on Sunday. Well, I guess no, because I guess as that is slapped foul, almost takes out Che and Ho, who already hit a 3-run shot early. And that misses up high and another full count. And the 3-1 fouled away. 21 pitches for the second pitcher in this game. And the 3-2 rips, but's foul. All right, here we go again. The 3-2 pitch, pitch number 23 from Patrick. And that is popped up. Second baseman in just off the grass. And that's 3 away. But Hanwha unloads in the first inning to a tune of 6 runs, ladies and gentlemen. 6 runs in the first inning for Hanwha. And a game that most people say they aren't even putting in any effort. I am one of them. Keep telling yourself that, Arpo. Yeah. Arrested all year, ladies and gentlemen. So out on the mound. Out on the mound is Park Jun Young. Getting his first start of the season, number 96. Kiwi, what was Moon-Hyun Ben's number? No, not this year. Not this year. Yeah, was it 96? Well done, Stefan. You missed the only offense on the whole season. All right, Hog Young Min steps in. The young boys did it for Hanwha, putting up a 6 spot in the first inning. All right, Hog Young Min looking to get KT back in, and that's in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. And the 0-1 sets up on the outside and misses way outside. 1-1. 355 in the end of this season. It's in September. And then the 1-1 pitch misses low in the dirt. It's 2-1. I have no idea what pitches he throws. I have no idea what speed he throws. 64. Yeah, another 2-1. That's rips, but foul. 2-2. Jim, what's the Hanwha line now? Why not? I mean, we could talk about the fact that it's your obligation as a team when another team is playing that still has something on the line that you are supposed to field a competitive team. Or we could talk about the CEO getting charges recommended against him for covering up the accessible seating so that he can make a couple hundred extra $1 million. As that's going to be a little bloop right fielder over there, and that's one away. Yeah. Surprisingly, or sadly, it does seem like it's a much better team than what they normally throw out there. And that Kim Yucko looks at ball one away outside. Probably. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. Sets up on the outside. And it just catches the inside corner. 1-1. And misses inside at 2-1. 150 on the gun as the announcers cream themselves at the fact that he threw 150. I mean, yeah, it was a ball, and it doesn't matter if he throws 190 if it's a ball, but keep getting excited about speed. Yeah, and here comes the 2-1 pitch, sets up on the inside. Fouls that away, and it's 2-2 still. Like most of their teams not even in uniform. Yeah, and here comes the 2-2 pitch. Slapped foul again. Stays 2-2. All right, the 2-2 pitch. Up high, ball three, runs the count full. Three two sets up right down the middle. Up high, ball four. There goes the perfect game, Kiwi. He's still got his no-hitter intact, though. Yeah. It's all Kiwi's fault. All right, On Hyun Min steps in. I'm sure they're going to show the 3-run shot he hit against Ponce. The most big lead traps, right? And that is in the dirt. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. A big curve ball that doesn't curve. Trying to throw that 99. No, they'll still play him as that misses up high, 3-0. Yeah, they'll still play him just for the money, but they will be highly less competitive as the 3-0 misses up high and he walks in. Harpo, what are you talking about? All right, Kongbei Ko steps in now. Chance to cut this lead in half. And misses inside, ball 6. Kongbei Ko, 265 on this season. Yeah, it's been done before. As the 1-0 is popped up. No Shiwan under it in the infield grass. And that's 2 away. It's a 2,200th game. 7th player in KBO history. As here we go. In the dirts. NC watching closely here, hoping that KT just rolls over and gives it to Hanwha. Yeah, as here comes the 1-0 pitch, sets up right down the middle. And it is right down the middle, 1-1. And here we go, the 1-1 pitch. Right down the middle again, and apparently Ha Saw is borrowing EJ Wan's glove as he drops it as it hits him right in the middle of the mitt. Not with a swing like that, as he swings at it. It's up at his head, but he fouls it away. Wang Jae-gyun needs to get a uniform a size bigger. He's trying to impress the ladies with a medium. As here comes the 1-2 pitch. That is popped up. Right fielder Kim Tae-yeon under it. And that's 3 away. They strand 2, and their season is not looking in good shape. Balks, steals, walks, errors, sacrifices. You could walk a guy, you could steal second. A balk moves him over, and then a wild pitch scores a run. He needs to do something. Well, the reason why he didn't get a hit there is because they didn't show any women in the stands. Usually, every single time he comes up to bat, they they pan to the crowd and show a bunch of females that weren't even born when he was started in the KBO. All right, Patrick's still out there on the mound. Again, a very rough first inning for KT. Gave up 6 runs on 7 hits. Starter got chased after 20 pitches. Patrick came in and threw 23. All right, Shane Ho, a big 2-3 run homer in the first inning. It looks at just strike one at the top of the zone there, and it's 0-1. And check swing, but fouls it into the dirt, and it's 0-2 quickly. See if Patrick settles in a little bit now that he's had time to set himself up. And fouls that one away. Stays 0-2. And he lifts that one up, shortstop, back in the grass, and makes the catch. Not next year, 2027. I believe it's the average of the last 2 years of the lowest salary. No Shiwan, 0 for 1 on the day. One of 2 Hanwha players with that have not been on base. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. Sets up on the outside, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. No, not excluded. It's cut in half. As the 0-2 is fouled, and Jang Sung Woo is took off his glove and is holding his hand. Yeah, but in order to be a franchise player, they have to have been with the team for 7 years, for 7 consecutive years. So that's really limits a lot of teams. Like Hanwha only really has 2 players that would fit that category. And that is slapped, and that's going to drop in and roll over into the corner. Noshiwan is going to have himself a 1-out double. And now the only starter for Hanwha without being on base is down there in the number 8 spot. Song Sung Moon. Yeah, basically, Hanwha has Che Jae Hoon, and that's a strike on the outside. Hanwha has Che Jae Hoon, Jongmin Jae, number 16. No, whatever their salary is, they cut it in half. So only half of it accounts for towards the salary cap. I don't think Noshiwan has been there for 7 years. And now the 1-1 is up, fouled away. But does it count it as a full year? Because technically 2019, he was 1 day short of a full year. That's going to be a ground ball right to the shortstop, throws over and away. Kiwi, you have to make sure you pay attention to that. It's a little tricky. Uh it says it's 2019, but like this year, the draft they just had, those are what they call the 2026 draft class. They count it as not the year it was drafted, but the year that they're able to start playing. So if he was drafted in 2019, is what it says, he would have actually been drafted in 2018, as that's a chopper to the third baseman, throws over to first, and that's his 3 away. Gives up a double to Noshiwan, but he gets out of it, and we go to the bottom of the second. Right. So he was drafted in 2018 and started in 2019, but I'm almost positive that Noshiwan fell short of by 1 day on his eligibility for a complete year. The reason why I believe it's 7 years is because after 7 years they would have free agency. So you can't be a franchise player if after 7 years you go to another team. So I think that's why they made it the 7 years. But again, that's my logic. We know KBO doesn't really do logic. They just kind of do whatever they want and then try to backwards explain it. Yeah, they'll have Kim Sun Bin. They'll have Pak Chan Ho. They'll have Chae Hyung Woo. Obviously, I don't think Yang Hyung Jong would count because he left for a year to go play for Texas. Right, but Chae Hyung Woo and Pak Chan Ho are both free agents this year. All right, leading things off is Jang Sung Woo. And he looks at a strike right down the middle. 249 on the season. I think he's thrown out 2 of 49 base runners. And misses low. 1-1. Oops, wrong side. The 1-1 sets up right down the middle again, and the curveball is in the dirts. Throws that curveball a ton, but doesn't seem to be working really. And the 2-1 is popped up. Center fielder under it, and 1 away. That brings up a Stevenson. Mandu? What kind of Mandu? Wang Mandu, Gun Mandu, Mul Mandu, Kogi Mandu, the best Mandu. As Stevenson and looks at ball one in the dirts, and it's 1-0. I would say KT has probably the best defensive outfield if they do make the playoffs. As the 1-0 pitch slapped to the left side, that's off the top of the wall. Nope, off the netting, as can't see very well. No, Goon Mandu is the best. All right, the 1-1 pitch to Stevenson sets up down the middle again, and it catches the bottom of the zone, and it's 1-2. Kun Mandu's too flat? What are you doing? Smashing it with a spatula? Yeah, another 1-2 pitch in the dirts. 2-2. Gunmandu is definitely the best, and the best time to have it is whenever you get Jajangmyeon and a Tang Su Yuk together, and then you have your Gunmandu that you dip into the Tang Su Yuk sauce. Right there. As the 2-2 pitch way up high runs it count full 3-2. All right, here we go. The 3-2 pitch turns the glove over, then puts it back in just above the knees. And that's going to be a ground ball to the shortstop. Backhanded, a quick throw in time. And 2 away. Had to get rid of it fast, and he did. Readjust the ball as he's picking it out of his glove. My hot take on Korean food. That misses outside. I don't think I have any. That is in there. 1-1. My hot take on Korean food. Yeah, I don't think I have one. The 1-1 misses up high, 2-1. And the 2-1 pitch to Kim Sang-soo in there for strike, 2-2. Oh man, did that ever sound fabulous. The 2-1 pitch to Kim Sang-soo is in there for strike 2. Wow. About ready to start rap battle in Eminem now. As the 2-2 misses outside. Runs the count full again. Third full counter of the day already for KT, despite the fact that they haven't even made it through the whole lineup. 39 pitches for Park Jun-young. And that walks him. Nope. I thought we were going to have a mound visit. So catcher got up, looked at him, and he said no. I'm not a big I think like I think a lot of those are they're very overrated. They're not very good, because that's in there for a strike. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of very overrated that I think a lot of Koreans like based on who advertises for them. That is it. Said he went around. Jung Jun Won. Like I'm a diehard Togochi fan. I'm not a big I don't like BBQ. I don't like Pericana. Mexicana chicken is yeah. When they had the Cheetos chicken, you know, that was a good like trend thing, but that's filed away. I think a lot of the fast food chains, a lot of their like specialty burgers and stuff all suck. As the 0-2 misses outside at 2-2 or 1-2. 44 pitches for Park Jun Young. Hasn't given up a hit yet. He's yet to give up a hit, but KT has had 3 base runners via the walk. Sets up right down the middle again, and that's fouled away again. 146. It seems like he's losing some speed. He was throwing 150 plus, but running into a little bit of an issue with some speed. And that's going to be a ground ball. Second shortstop tosses it over to the second baseman. And that's will be the end of the second inning. Hanwha still up 6-0 as KT fighting for their life. Some Smurf chicken. Yeah. Everybody loves Gyochun. I don't think that's don't think that's very good at all. Thank you, Armand. Armand, I'll be doing the KT game, the NC game tomorrow, maybe. If yeah, I can't. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow if the it ends up being a meaningless game. Yeah, nobody likes. People don't like KT not because of KT, but they don't like KT because of their players, but mainly just a couple of their players. All right, Kim Tae-yeon looks on. Swing and a miss. So I guess Armand, you can maybe you can hope that KT wins so that I stream the NC game. But you'll at least have the NC versus Samsung game. All right, here we go. The 0-1 pitch. That's going to be a ground ball to the second baseman. Throws over and one away. And important notes, since Stefan apparently doesn't understand the way a clock works. Uh, Again, today is a holiday. That's why it's a 5 o'clock game. Tomorrow would be a 5 o'clock game, a 2 o'clock game on Sunday for the opening round, which would be either KT or NC at Samsung. From there, as that is popped up, but foul. But then Monday's game, I believe, would be at 5 o'clock. So if NC or KT were to beat Samsung, that game would be at 5 o'clock on Monday because next week is also a bunch of holidays, as that's in there for a strike and it's 0-2. So I believe next week's games would start at 5 o'clock since they're all holidays, as that's going to be a ground ball through the left side, and everybody now for Hanwha has been on base. Little ground ball through the side on the 0-2 pitch. No, no, no. Wild card should be Sunday. Oh, they delayed it? Ah, okay. Did they push all the games back one day then? All right, the 0-1 pitch to Wang Young Mook. That's lifted up into left field. The Kim Min Hyuk under it, though. And that's 2 away. That's awesome. No. The reason why that's awesome is because the Korean series starts on Friday the 24th, and I have to work Friday the 24th. As that kid got hit in the hand, is uh, in there for a strike, though. Because I have to work the 24th, but from the 25th on, I'm off. And I was hoping that everything would be pushed back at least one day. Yeah, Ziwon Suk, that's going to ground ball up the middle. Shortstop grabs it, a toss in the glove to the second baseman. And that's will get Iwan Suk for the first time today on the 6-4 glove flip up the middle. And we'll go to the bottom of the third. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to. Having a day off on the 25th would be super fantastic. But at the same time, I don't know if it is actually fantastic. Let's see if I can find the article that you're talking about. Ah, yeah, I see it. So postseason first game is going to be on the 6th. So I assume that everything will just get pushed back one day. If NC or KT wins a game, then I assume everything would just be pushed back one game or one day. But if not, they'll just keep the regular schedule. All right, so KT will flip the lineup back over. They'll have the top of the lineup 1, 2, 3. Oh, we're back. Oh, Min flew out to center field in his first at bats, trying to get KT some semblance of life here. No, it stays on the same schedule. Also, like, say it's a 5 game series and one of the games gets rained out, everything gets pushed back. The only time that the next series gets pushed back is if they end up going to 5 games. All right, the 1-1 pitch to Min after that one was in the dirt. Sets up right down the middle, and that's going to be a ground ball. No Shiwan makes the glove play, the throw in time, and that's one away. Almost ate him up. I guarantee you, he closed his eyes and prayed at that. Pulls his head back, but is able to make the throw. Yep, he ducked his head. Yeah, especially because the other teams obviously are having a huge uh, times off as Kim Min Hyuk fouls that away. Like, again, Hanwha isn't going to play for 2 weeks. They're not going to play until next week. They won't play. They won't play until the 3rd week of October. So for them, they have plenty of time as Kim Min Hyuk is going to rope that one. Center fielder is going to cut it off. And that's, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of the no hitter. As Kim Min Hyuk is on base for the second time today. This one, the first hit of the day for KT. All right, An Hyun Min steps in, looks at ball way out of the zone, and it's 1-0. 331 on the season for An Hyun Min. Having a fantastic year. Obviously, will take home the Rookie of the Year award easily. I imagine it's going to be unanimous. As doesn't, oh, he laid off, but it was a strike anyway. And 1-1. He went around. What is that big old chain? 213? 2T3? All right, the 1-1 pitch sets up right down the middle again, and he misses low, 2-1. Ah, a cross in the middle of the 2-3. Trying to read his jewelry as my eyes are distracted by the sky blue and yellow that have nothing to do with the actual colors of the team. That's in there for a strike on the outside. I distinctly remember a couple years ago, they made a rule that you weren't allowed to wear any colors that were not part of the team colors. Obviously, they're enforcing that a lot as the 2-2 pitch sets up on the outside and misses outside and runs another count full. 4th full count of the day for KT already. Where did you get your Mondu from, Arpo? All right, here we go. The 3-2 pitch. Nope. A fake throw over to first. Ah, the old grill. Did you at least grill it or like fry it, or did you just throw it in the microwave? Time is calling in by Anyanin. Used both of his times now. All right, here we go. The 3-2 pitch. And he goes down, and that's going to be up to the center fielder and makes the catch. He was extremely, extremely fooled on that as he swung at ball four, lifted it, but Iwan Suk over there to make the catch, and it's 2 away. Now 0 for 4 with runners on base. KT's offense has been absolutely awful except for Anyanin. And if he's not getting it done, there's not a lot of hope for KT, honestly, especially already down 6-0 as that misses low, ball 1. You will get a Hanwha bullpen that I don't think is going to have a lot of their arms out there. But who knows? Hanwha's manager may actually bring out the closer, as the 1-0 is in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Could see Hanwha's manager bringing out the closer in a 4-run game. As time is called. I've got something in my eye. Apparently, they wanted to call time for me. I think that's what that was. Yeah, the only person that was off the roster was Yuhun Jin, and he was off so that Park Jun Young can come up. Yeah, all those guys are still on the roster. That's the thing. Is the only one that came off was Ryuhun Jin. So like EJ1, Che Jae Hoon, Liberato, all those guys are on the roster, but none of them are in uniform. As the 2-1 is absolutely lifted, but way shorts. And now that's 3 away. Gave it a ride, but it was to the warning track, and we'll go to the 4th inning. It's 6-0 Hanwha. It was only a 4-run lead. Well, they finally get a hit, but nothing from it, as they're now 0 for 5 with runners on base. They've left 4 runners on, and they're down by 6 in a game that they have to win. So it looks like a Sunday will be a day off for all. Man, I cannot get this stuff out of my eye. Hanwha will have their 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up. And a swing and a miss there. Guan Min, 1 for 2 on the day. A single and a run scored in his first at bat, and then a pop fly to the second baseman that ended their first inning, and that's a swing and a miss there, and it's 0-2. And that's going to be a ground ball. Second baseman throws over to first, and one away. Chey and Ho steps in. 3-run shot to give Hanwha the 3-0 lead after the third batter. And then a pop up to the shortstop in his second at bats, 1 for 2 on the day. And he lifts that one up. Our second baseman out into the grass, makes the catch, and that's 2 away. Two quick outs is fantastic for Patrick, as he is again the second pitcher, as he's just trying to keep KT in the game at this point. No Shiwan steps in. He got a double off of him in his last at bat back in the second inning. 1 for 2 on the day, misses just low and outside, and it's 1-0. 260 on the season for No Shiwan after his double. The only regular starter in the lineup, as that is going to be a chopper. Third baseman is going to grab it, throws to first, and 1-2-3 goes Hanwha for the first time today. That's actually the first 1-2-3 of any inning. He's playing because they don't really have anybody else. You could say he's the worst of the starters that aren't playing. Or you could say he's the youngest of the starters not playing. Yeah, I think what they did is they're like, okay, of the starters, do we have somebody else to play each of these positions? Yes. Okay. Now my question is, the people we have left, who's the youngest? And it was Noshiwan, so he had to play. That's how I'm imagining it all went down. Yeah, pretty much. Ito Yoon can play third. Moonhyun Ben can play third. They would have number 16 play third if things got really dicey. Kim Tae-yeon has played third base before, but he also has some of the most errors in the KBO in his time. It's, Wong Jae-gyun looks at strike 1. 0 for 1 on the day. He had a chance to get him some runs, but flew out to right field back in the first inning. That's low and inside, 1-1. Shimu Jun over to shorts, and Ito Yoon over to third. As that's misses up high, 2-1. And that is turned on, but hooked foul. Just like that, Stefan, they put Ito Yoon over at third. And now that one's fouled away the other way. And here goes the 2-2 pitch. Catches him looking, and that's the first strikeout of the day, ladies and gentlemen. First strikeout of the day on pitch. What? That's right, pitch number 67. The old 6-7. And that misses low. Ball one. Jang Sung Woo, 0 for 1 on the day. Flew out to center field in his first at bat. Average down to 249 now. And now that's in there for strike. 1-1. He is speeding up here. And the 1-1 sets up on the outside. And misses outside. 2-1. KT is seeing plenty of pitches. Again, they've got 3 walks. 3 walks and 1 hit. They've had 4 full counts so far today, but they can't do anything once they get people on base. It was the 1-2 pitch, misses outside at 2-2. Have to wonder how many pitches they're going to let him throw, I guess, with a 6-0 lead in a game that means absolutely nothing to them. Who knows what they'll do. All righty, here we go. The 2-2 pitch catches him looking at a pitch right down the middle. Apparently, it was only 2-1. The scoreboard on the screen said it was 2-2. Oh, it was. I guess it was a 3. That doesn't matter there because he swings and misses on a pitch off the zone, making his second strikeouts. The screen showed a 2-2, so I thought maybe I just missed a pitch. The screen said 2-2, so I was thinking he struck out looking. But apparently it was 3-1, and that was in there for a strike. But Stevenson steps in now. Looks at ball 1 in the dirts, and it's 1-0. Stevenson, a 6-3 ground out in his first at bats, 260 on the season. Took over for Mel Rojas Jr. as was not having a solid season. That is popped up. Foul, 1-1. Yeah, he was waiting for that 6 o'clock game, Stefan. He was ready for the 6 o'clock game, not that 5 o'clock game. As the 1-1 is popped up. That, ladies and gentlemen, will be 3 away. 1-2-3 goes KT, so 6 up, 6 down in the 4th. But right now, Hanwha's up 6. I definitely did not forget it was a holiday. Oh, what is that? Oh, that was weird. 100% did not forget it was a holiday today. Patrick comes back out after his 1-2-3 inning. He'll have the 5, 6, 7 hitters coming up for Hanwha. Best inning of his career right there for Pak Jun Young. A lot of times, these no-name pitchers often come up and they pitch really well in their first game because there's no real book on them. And then if they were to pitch, more games, then it would just be awful. I have to work. I can just imagine how many students are not going to be there. I can only imagine how many. Yeah. All right, Eugene Young leads things off here in the top of the fifth for Hanwha. A swing and a miss there, and that's 0-1. And the 0-1 is fouled away. 0-2. Yeah, I can only imagine, how many kids are not going to be there. And the 0-2 way up high. I was surprised at how many kids were there yesterday, though. I was surprised that none of the students took a long vacation. And the 1-2 holds up, and it just misses inside at 2-2. And lift it up in foul territory, makes the catch. All right, Ido Yoon steps in after he's moved over to third. 11. Now that's all I have to say, boys. 11. All right. Ido Yoon, a broken bat. That's going to be a single into center field, and he is on base for the second time today. Yeah, broken bat single, flips it into center field to pass the shortstop running out, and that brings up Kim Tae-yeon. They are breaking some bats today. Kim Tae-yeon looks at the ball one low, and it's 1-0. Kim Tae-yeon 1 for 2 on the day. Singled with an RBI and a run scored back in that big first inning, and then also a 4-3 ground out in his last at bats to lead off the third inning. And that is lifted up, but too much under it as Stevenson is camping down underneath it, and that's 2 away. 안녕하세요. So on, so on. Welcome. And first pitch is lifted up, second baseman out into the grass, and that's a quick out. That's, ladies and gentlemen, we'll end the top of the fifth for Hanwha. We'll go to the bottom of the fifth as KT is again holding on to dear life. 네, 이 채널 아마 5년 전에 시작했어요. 근데 작년부터 KBO 중계 방송 하기 시작했어요. I keep looking at my phone thinking that there's other games being played, and I'm like, oh, what are the other games? I need to update the scores, and then I'm like, oh, wait, there are no other games being played. Oh. KT will have their 8-9 one-hitters coming up. In the bottom of the fifth is Park Jun-young. 네, 근데 이거 A rough day for KT, Solano. My love is never near. Olan Sok, not a quality start. Best uniform in the league. Although I think NC has actually taken over the best uniform. I don't know if you guys saw the KT, the NC Dinos Bubble Bobble uniform. The amount of money I will pay if I can get my hands on one of those is that's in there for at the bottom of the zone, and it's a strike. Ooh, rain is coming down. Way up high, ball one. Watch it just start pouring down rain. Man, the 1-1 pitch misses outside. Let's check the old radar. Yeah, it's going to rain for a little bit, but then it'll clear out as that misses low, 3-1. So it looks like it's going to rain for about 20 minutes or so, 20 or 30 minutes. And another 3-1 pitch misses up high, ball four. Fourth walk of the day for KT. Jung Jun Won. Will they let him hit? Oh, he's been on base twice today, both of via the walk. Again, KT only has one hit. Are they going to bunt here? We've got a pinch hitter. I didn't think they'd let him hit, as that misses low, ball one. Lee Jung-hoon, I think is his name. Yep, Lee Jung-hoon takes over on in the batter's box for Jung Jun-won. Lee Jung-hoon, 252 on the season. Does have some pop in the old bat. And that misses inside. 2-0. Warming up is Ju Hyun Song. He is likely to give up a home run to whoever he faces. Yes, here comes the 2-0 pitch. Sets up just above the knees and misses outside. Ball 3-0. Running out of gas here in the fifth inning. 84 pitches for the young starter. And the 3-0 just catches the inside corner, and it's 3-1. And here comes the 3-1. This sets up right down the middle. And he fouls away, ball 4, runs the count full, 3-2. Not sure what he was swinging at. Again, that's why he's not a regular in the lineup. And here comes the 3-2 pitch. That's going to be a single up the middle, and quickly going to third is Kim Sang-soo. Running, that's the first hit that KT has had with a runner on base all day. And that moves him runners at the corner now. As they flip the lineup back over, and he will come out of the game. I imagine Guangdong Jin will take over it on the base pass. Arpo, what are you doing in the vertical chat, man? Pitching coach heads out to little mound visits. Well, again, I imagine Guangdong Jin will take over at first base. Ah, yep. Guangdong Jin takes over because he would have taken over at short anyway. As Hard Young Mean looks at ball one in the dirts. KT fans holding their breath. NC fans yelling at the TV, asking why the hell Hanwha's not changing their pitcher. And here we go. The 1-0 pitch sets up right down the middle again and misses up high. 2-0. Young Mean is shaking and waddling everything he's got, and the 2-0 pitch right down the middle, and it's 2-1. And here comes the 2-0 pitch, 2-1 pitch. That is crushed. Going at the wall, though. Iwan Suk makes the catch. And that's will put KT on the board at least. I thought he got more of it than that. That's probably a home run if it's not raining. Probably a home run if it is not raining. That brings up a Kim Min Hyuk. He's been on base both times today also. And that misses up high. Ball on 1-0. 92 pitches now for Pak Jun Young, not 93. I hit the button one too many times. Guangdong Jin is still over there at first base. He has a ton of speed. So easily scores on a double. Yeah, now the 1-0 is a fouled away, 1-1. Another 1-0 pitch sets up right down the middle. Kim Min Hyuk with a shaky leg, and that is turned on. And Kim Tae-yeon makes the catch, though. And 2 away. Kim Tae-yeon flashing the leather out there in right field. Brings up An Min as KT just can't get it to fall down. They are hitting it hard, but just right where they are. NC's got more fans blowing in KT than they have in their own stadium. All right, An Min, 1 for 0 for 1 on the day. Ground ball through the side on the left, and Guangdong Jin will hold up at second base, and An Min puts runners on first and seconds. Brings up Kong Bae Ko. just off of the glove of Shimu Jun. He wasn't going to be able to make a play anyway. That was real deep in the hole. A little mound visit from the catcher will resets. Kangbae Ko now comes up. A huge at bat here is KT would love to cut this lead down a little bit more before they get into the back end of this game. Kangbae Ko has had runners on base both time he has been up today, but 0 for 2. That is in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Runners on first and second in his first at bats popped up to the third baseman. And then a runner on first in his second at bat. He flew out to the warning track. Runs inside there, 2-0. 97 pitches now. Yeah, definitely not picking that, Arpo. Nobody picked that. You know, Hanwha's manager will take all the credit, saying, "Yeah, I discovered that. I knew it." As thank you, Triung Flashy. I can't read that last part. Alice something. But anyway, that's another ball. 3-0. One pitch away from loading the bases. Flat. Oh, that's a right down the middle. Thank you, Arpo. I can't read it because the colors don't match well on my screen. And here we go. The 3-1 pitch. Time is called. Better hurry up. I'm almost out of water, KT. 99 pitches. Here comes pitch number 100. And that is in the dirt. And he walks the bases loaded. Wang Jae-gyun steps up. A massive at-bat here for Wang Jae-gyun. He does have one grand slam on the season, hitting .714 with the bases loaded. And misses low, ball 1. There's our stats. They realized how smart I was, and so they said, "Oh man, we better put that up in Korean." As here comes the old one. And another 1-0 just catches the bottom of the zone, 1-1. He just wants the kid to get his first big league win, I guess. And the 1-1 misses way outside. A 2-1. He's known for ruining pitchers' arms, Stefan. And here comes the 2-1 pitch. Sets up right down the middle. Misses low. Ball 3. 3-1. This is his last batter no matter what. NC fans saying, "Huh, now you guys know why we don't have him as our manager anymore." The 3-1 pitch. Ball 4. He walks him. Kim Kyung Moon is again in. You got Kim Kyung Moon was Doosan's manager, and then he left and went to NC. NC, as that misses low, ball one. 106 pitches. That's what I got left. Triung, yeah, I really do, because Hanwha's not going to use their main bullpen guys. As the 1-0 misses up high, 2-0. Wouldn't it be just ridiculous if he hits a grand slam here to tie it up? So here comes the 2-0 pitch. Just catches the bottom of the zone. That's 2-1. Hanwha has already advanced to the playoffs. So Hanwha started their backups basically. As the 2-1 is right down the middle, and Jang Sung-woo knows he just missed his best pitch to hit. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Flew out to center field in his first at-bat, struck out in his second one, and just let a pitch go right down the middle with the bases loaded in a 6-2 game. Now he's going to swing at a pitch out of the zone. Nope, he just looks at 2 pitches straight down the middle. Go back on the internet and complain about cheerleaders. Good Lord, you are awful. You are awful. Oh, my Lord. Wow. Just watching 2 straight pitches right down the middle on a guy that's thrown 100+ pitches, and the bases loaded. Wow. But on that note, it is time to stretch, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be back in a few moments. All right. Wow. Wow. Cannot believe that. 110 pitches. Pitch number 110 is a fastball right down the middle with the bases loaded. Flashy Ellis, I think everybody did. All right, so Wang Young Mook will lead things off for Hanwha on the top of the sixth here. As they just got through that, but first pitch is in there for a strike. And the rain is still coming down. The rain is still coming down again. I looked at the radar, probably about 30 minutes. And that is in the dirt. It's 1-1. 30 minutes, the rain will play. Guangdong Jin, it takes over at shortstop. No, Flashy. Please, man. If anybody anybody in these chat rooms will tell you, you should listen to me. The game is never, ever, ever over in the KBO. As the 2-1, and that's going to be a ground ball right to Guangdong Jin, who just took over, throw over to first, and one away. Flashy, let me just give you an example. On was it Wednesday? No, yeah, Wednesday. Hanwha was up 5-1 in the ninth inning with their closer on the mound. Or yeah, no, 5-2 in the ninth inning with their closer on the mound. 2 outs. He gave up two-run homers for SSG to walk off the game. As that's going to be a ground ball. Guangdong Jin grabs it. Iwan Suk does have a ton of speed, but it's not enough to beat out the throw, and it's 2-way. Yeah, 2 outs on 4 pitches. Kiwi and Stefan were celebrating the fact that Hanwha, this game was going to mean a ton for Hanwha. Hanwha would still have a chance to take first place in the league, but nope. Guangdong Min looks at strike one at the top of the zone there, and it's 0-1. No, the bullpens are garbage in this league. As the 0-1 is a chopper to the third baseman, sets his feet, throws, and that's another out. So 1-2-3, a quick 1-2-3 as we go to the bottom of the sixth. That was super quick. Not yesterday. Wednesday. Yesterday, nobody cared about baseball. Yesterday was SSG and Kia in a game that meant absolutely nothing. Let's see who's coming in. Kang Jae Min coming in for Hanwha. Again, this is the guy that anytime the game is close, he gives up a lot of runs. The top players, Korean players, is probably one of the best players in the league this year. Would be the right fielder for KT as far as in this game. But overall, Cody Ponce would be probably the best pitcher in the league. He will end up going back to the MLB next year, as that's just misses outside, ball one. Stevenson 0 for 2 on the day, a 6-3 ground out and a pop up to the shortstop. Yeah, Lewin Diaz, top player for Hanwha. All right, it's 2-0 quickly. Again, the bullpen, first bullpen pitcher of the day for Hanwha. And the 2-0 miss, ooh, just catches the outside corner, and it's 2-1. And that misses low, 3-1. You mean NC's year-end get-together? All right, here goes the 3-1 pitch. Sets up right down the middle. He fouls that one away, though, and runs the count full, 3-2. Nothing but full counts today for KT. And the 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss at ball 4. Swing and a miss at ball 4. Yeah, Song Sung Moon is also a top player. He'll probably go to the MLB next year also, as that's in there for a strike on the outside, and it's 0-1. Kim Song-soo, 256 on the season. He had the first KT run. Just last inning, he led off the inning with a walk and then came around to score on the sacrifice fly by Hao Gyung-min. And that's fouled away. 0-2. Oh, he's not helpful at all. He is, again, yeah, that is way up high. 1-0. Yeah, he is the worst defensive catcher in the league. It is not even close at all. As here comes the 1-2 pitch. Misses outside at 2-2. If his offense isn't good, he's 100% useful in this league, or useless. And somehow he is the captain, but anyway, the 2-2 pitch misses outside, runs the count full again. If you go, so I live in Korea, so I watch on TV. As that's going to be a ground ball right back to the pitcher. Throws his glove up, underhand toss. But you can go to souplive.com, SOOPLIVE.com. They're the official international broadcast of the KBO. They are a little behind me, so my stream actually almost syncs up perfectly. As Guangdong Jin looks at strike one, the first at bat of the day for him as he took over on the base pass, came around to score, and the 0-1 almost hits him in the leg, and it's 1-1. Yeah. Oh, 0-2 count. As that one is in the dirt. How was that a strike? Almost hit him in the foot, and yet it was still a strike. Kang Jae-min is rushing through this inning. All right, here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and that is going to end the inning. 1-2-3 on a couple strikeouts We go to the seventh inning as KT looking like they're ready for vacation. So what happens now since he does he just have to do like office duty military stuff or what? I don't know how the Korean military stuff works. Oh, Hanwha will have their 3, 4, 5 hitters coming up. I assume Patrick is still going to be out there. He's only thrown 69 pitches in his 5.2 innings so far. Again, Olan Suk started the game, ended up giving up 3 runs before he even got his first out, and that was the only out he got all day. As Hanwha, a single, and a 3-run shot quickly put them ahead, and a walk, a single, a single, a single, and a single put them up 6-0 at the time, back in the first inning. KT has had plenty of opportunities. They've left 7 runners on base. They left two on in the first inning. They left 1 on in the second, 1 on in the third. Again, they left the bases loaded in the 5th inning when the catcher, the captain of the team, looked at 2 strikes right down the middle. And instead of swinging, but Patrick's still out there on the mound for KT as we're in the 7th inning now. First pitch to Chae Ho is fouled away. 0-1. 255 on the season. I don't know if he'll even be on the playoff roster. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Chae Ho. Sets up right down the middle, and the curveball misses. 1-0. 1-1. Ante Chae Ho. As that one is lifted up, center fielder Stevenson under it. What is she looking at? That brings up a Shimu Jun getting his first hit of the day, or first at bat of the day. Don't want to give him credit for a hit if is the 0-1 in there for a strike, and it's I'm sorry, yeah, they're looking like, man, how did Patrick give up 6 runs and he's only at 73 pitches through 7 innings? As that misses outside. 1-1. Yeah, and here comes the 1-1 to Shimu Jun. Again, took over on defense. As that's fouled away, 1-2. Shimu Jun, former KT Wiz himself, came over to Hanwha in the off season, oversigned, as that one is going to be off the handle. Patrick makes the catch. Pitchers are athletes, ladies and gentlemen. Pitchers are athletes. 2 away now. Brings up Eugene Young. Eugene Young, the only Hanwha starter that doesn't have a hit. And now that misses up and in. 1-0. Yeah, no hit DH. Walked in his first at bat, came around to score a 6-3 ground out and a pop fly in foul territory to the pitcher, or sorry, to the first baseman. Fouls that one straight back, and it's 1-1. Yeah, the 1-1 is fouled away, 1-2. Junior. Oh, swing and a miss. Oh, 1-2-3 goes Hanwha. We'll go down to the bottom of the 7th. 6-2 Hanwha. Yeah, he is. I don't think he's very good. We'll just put it that way. Patrick is having himself a fine day coming out of the bullpen. He has given up 1 run. Again, I'm not sure why they didn't start Patrick. 80 pitches, 6.2 innings, 80 pitches, 6 hits, 1 strikeouts, and 1 run. Unfortunately, he did give up a run, but he actually gave up 3. Yeah, 9 outs left until KT is eliminated from the postseason, and NC changes their starter for tomorrow. I wonder if SSG will change their starter. If KT does come back to win this game, that'll be 2 straight games that Hanwha is blown huge leads late in the game. KT will have their 1-2-3 hitters coming in. We'll have another pitching change here. Ju-hyun Song out on the mound now. He gives up a ton of home runs, ladies and gentlemen. Is he going to give up one to An Hyun-min is the real question. All right, Hog Young-min has sacrificed fly back in the 8th inning to put them on the board for the first time. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. Sets up right down the middle. And it is right down the middle, 1-1. Here we go, the 1-1 pitch. Waited on it, but got under it too much. Yuan Suk over under it, and that's 1 away. 8 outs remaining. Yeah, but Hanwha fans won't care about this one. SSG is not a very good offensive team. KT is also not a very good offensive team. But Kim Min-hyuk steps in. He's 2 for 3 or 1 for 2 on the day. He walked in his first at bat, single, and then flew out to right field back in the 5th inning. That is turned on, but foul. That's the second at bat where he has just turned on one. The last one was a fly out to right field, but it was more of a line out to right field where Kim Tae-yeon had a good jump on the ball, was able to make the catch. This one just pulled a little foul to put it to 0-1 on the count. Ju-hyun Song, Hanwha's closer last year, all-star closer, actually got the save in the all-star game last year. This year started the season as the closer, but was sent down to the second league, and he's been down there a couple times. And Kim Min-hyuk, the 0-1, misses outside 1-1. Ju-hyun Song grew up right near Hanwha. And another 1-1. A swing and a miss at a pitch that almost hit him in the foot. No, Ju Hyun Song grew up in Cheongju, about an hour from Daejeon. And Kim Min Hyuk, I believe, is the most tatted Korean baseball player. As here comes the 1-2 pitch. Sets up high. Misses up high. 2-2. Which one? Samsung game or the NC game? All right, the 2-2 pitch. Sets up right down the middle again. Swing and a miss at ball 4. Swinging at balls, watching strikes go right down the middle, and that's why KT is down 6-2 with the 7 outs remaining. An Hyun-min steps in now. Will he get his home run? As soon as I saw Ju Hyun Song come out, I assumed that we were going to have ourselves a home run by An Hyun-min. Let's see if it happens. That's a strike on the outside corner. 0-1. All right, 0-1 pitch again. He just sets up right out in the middle, and that is low. 1-1. An Hyun-min has been on base twice, 1 for 2. Walked in the first inning, flew out to center field in his second at bat, and then a single back in the 5th, but not able to come around. That was the 1-1. Misses low. 2-1. Here we go. The 2-1 pitch. That is going to be hit to right field, going, and that is going to fall right inside. And An Hyun-min is on base for the 3rd time, this time with a double. It's very, very hard to see what happens in those corners because of the netting for the bullpen. You can't see if it drops in. You have to kind of wait and look at the. You kind of have to wait and look at the outfielder. But Kim Tae-yeon looked like he stopped running, so I thought it actually went foul. You get a better look there. It dropped about 1.5 feet inside the line. All right, An Hyun-min on second base. Kang Bae-ko walked in his last at bat to load the bases. Looks at strike 1 down the middle, and it's 0-1. Oh, Kang Bae-ko 0 for 2 on the day. Flew out or popped up to the third baseman. Flew out to center field, and then again the walk back in the 5th inning to load the bases. That's in there for a strike on the outside with a curveball. 0-2. Kang Bae-ko is expressed his desire to go to the MLB, but I can't imagine that any team is going to want to position this 250 player in a in a hitters league. An injury prone. He has not earned the second unbutton on that uniform. As the 0-2 pitch, he's going to set up high, slaps it foul. Souvenir for the Hanwha fans up in the upper deck. And it stays 0-2. All right, once again, the 0-2 pitch sets up down by the knees this time, and he slaps it foul again. Another souvenir for the Hanwha fans. Did she make the snag? He's celebrating with her. All right, here we go. The 0-2 pitch. Sets up right down the middle. And he turns on it, but he's gotten under it too much. Second baseman out into the grass. Makes the catch. And another base runner left. They've left 9 on base so far today. As we go to the 8th inning, 6 outs remain in KT Wiz's season unless they can do something magical at the end of this game. KT fans will blame their captain for this. He was behind the plates whenever their starter gave up 6 runs in the first inning. Then he had a chance to tie the game. Bottom of the 5th inning, bases loaded. Hanwha's starter making his first starts of the season, his first start in 2 years. As in 2022, he had a 10.64 ERA. In 2023, he had an 18.69 ERA for a career 12.91 ERA. But he gives up 2 runs today. Yeah, it's not looking good, Flashy. It is not looking good. So Hanwha is going to have their 6, 7, 8 hitters coming up. I wonder if Patrick is still going to be out there. Since the first inning, Hanwha has 3 hits. All right, Ito Yoon steps in. He's 2 for 3 on the day. Flaps that one foul, and it's 0-1. Yeah, very KT-ish, very KBO-ish. Swings at pitches in the dirt, swings at pitches in the eyes, and watches fastballs down the middle. That's why they have one of the worst offenses in the league, and that's is outside. Ball 1-1. It's true KBO fashion, man. And here comes the 1-1 pitch in the dirts. 2-1. Hanwha air humping time. The old man has never been to a game before, but watches ball 3 up high. Man, it's 3-1. And the Hanwha, they have 3 hits since the second inning. They're 0-4 with runners on base, 0-2 with runners in scoring position since the first inning. As that one is fouled away, runs the count full, 3-2. I don't know if they've showed her all day. As that's fouled away. 86 pitches now for Patrick. Again, Patrick came in with 1 out in the first inning. All right. Put all your money on it, Trashy. Flashy, trashy, flashy. And the 3-2 fouled away. I can only imagine the line that Hanwha had at the beginning of the game. All right, the 3-2 pitch once again. And he slaps the bat down. Kim Min-hyuk under it, though. And 1 away. Ponce explaining to them how to bunt because they're so bad at it. Why showing them how to bunt because they're so bad at it. And Kim Tae-yeon looks at strike one, and it's 0-1. Kim Tae-yeon had his single back in the first inning. RBI single came around to score a 4-3 ground out and a fly out to center since then. And the 0-1 swings at a pitch in the other batter's box, and it's 0-2. Everybody loves bunts. Bunts are the best thing that's happened to baseball since cheerleaders, ladies and gentlemen. And the 0-2 almost swings at that one. And that's going to be a liner right to the shortstop. So much for giving him some music. All right, that brings up Hanwha. The single attack in the third inning, a 5-3 in the first, and a pop fly to the short second baseman back in the fifth. Yep, that's a strike on the inside. Only fitting. And just misses 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch fouled away 1-2. And the 1-2 swing and a miss. Second strikeout of the day for Stevens or for Patrick. We go to the bottom of the eighth as KT's got 6 outs left in their season. Yeah. Well, I would say next inning, they're going to have the 5, 6, 7 hitters coming up here. So they'll have the 5, 6, 7 hitters coming up in the bottom of this inning. I don't even know if I actually have any KT player music. Rojas, Jung Sung-ho. I think it would be hilarious if Kim So-hyun came in. I wouldn't put it past the Hanwha manager either, because everybody knows the Hanwha manager loves to ruin arms. All right, we should be back. Out on the mound is Kim Jong-soo. Oh, Wong Jae-gyun, RBI walk in his last at bats. 0 for 2 on the day. Yeah, that's outside. Ball one. He had one game where he threw like 80 pitches. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. Outside at 2-0. Here we go. The 2-0 pitch waggles the bat back and forth, sets up right down the middle, and the 2-0 pitch is ripped, but foul. Jung Woo-ju. Nope, Yoon's on him. That one is popped up center fielder under it. 5 outs remaining on KT season. Brings up Jong and Jong Sung-woo, who watched strike 2 and strike 3. With the bases loaded in the 5th, creepy man back behind the cheerleaders, just zooming in on him as he finally swings at a pitch. That is to the center fielder, though, and that's 2 away. Look at the creepers in the first couple rows, ladies and gentlemen. Look at those creepers. Look at the creepers as Stevenson steps in. Pitches in the dirt, bounces to the catcher. Stevenson, a 257. He might be playing his last game as a KT Wiz, last game in the KBO. As I can't imagine that they're going to re sign him. As the 1-0 misses low, 2-0. Stevenson 0 for 3 on the day, 6-3 ground out, a pop fly to the shortstop, and then struck out in the 6th inning. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Sets up right down the middle. And that is in the dirts, 3-0. No way. You're not bringing back a 250 hitter. All right, the 3-0 pitch sets up right down the middle. That's ball 4. They need base runners, and he is one of them. 4 pitches, 4 balls. That brings up a Kim Song-soo. This is up high. Ball 5. Yeah, I'm interested to see how many teams bring in Asian players from other countries. And here comes the 1-0 pitch in there for a strike as he finally throws a strike. And it's 1-1. You mean Lachlan Wells? As that's in there for a strike, and it's 2-2. 1-2. Old Lachlan Wells. Yeah, my thought whenever they offered him a contract and he didn't sign was he didn't want to get stuck at Kiel. As the 1-2 up high, 2-2. KT has got to get a run, at least one run here. At least one run here. As here comes the 2-2 pitch, sets up on the outside. This is up high, runs the count full, 3-2. Third full count of the day for Kim Song-soo. 9 full counts. 9 full counts today for KT. As here we go, the 3-2 pitch. That is slapped, but will get into the netting over in right field, and it stays 3-2. Obviously, Stevenson gone on the pitch. A double easily scores him as he has a ton of speed. Man, here comes the 3-2 pitch. Goes around on a ball in the dirt, and once again, as KT swings and misses at a pitch that would have put him on base. We go to the 9th inning. KT down 6-2 and down to their final 3 outs of the season. They've left 9 runners on, ladies and gentlemen. They are 2 for 11 with runners on base. They are 1 for 5 with runners in scoring position. 4 hits against a guy making his first start in 2 years. Wow. They don't deserve to be in the playoffs. NC probably, I'm just guessing here. NC's sitting. NC's players are sitting at the stadium. They have the game up on the Jumbotron on the big screen, and all the players are just watching this game happening right now. That is my prediction. But Lee Sang-dong will come in to pitch as Patrick will be done for the day. You can't say enough about how well Patrick pitched. If he would have been the starter, he'd probably be in the line for a win. Again, I'm not sure why they didn't start Patrick. Well, I know it's because KT's manager's an idiot. All right, to top of the 9th inning. Lee Sang-dong out on the mound. Hanwha will have their 9-1-2 hitters coming up here in the last inning of their regular season. What? Wang Young-mook 1 for 3, 2 RBI single back in the first inning, a fly out to center, and a 6-3 ground out. One for every year of his son's life. As the 1-1 is fouled away, 1-2. Flashy. I think this game's over, sir. And that is in the dirt, so you'll throw down to first base and 1 away. Iwan Suk steps in. He got the game started with two singles back in the first inning, a swing and a miss there, and it's 0-1. Single in the first, a second single in the first inning, a 6-4 ground out and a 6-3 ground outs. And the 0-1 pitch sets up on the outside, swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirts, and it's 0-2. Hanwha just wants to get out of here, start their 2-week vacation. And here comes the 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Catcher is going to fake an injury, try to get some sympathy. Yeah, he was warming up. So I would imagine. All right, the 1-2 pitch. We'll see if he tries that splitter again. He does, and he goes around. It's throwing splitter, 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 or in the KBO, fork ball, fork ball, fork ball, fork ball. That brings up Guan Guang Min. He singled in the first at bats, and then since then, a pop fly to the second baseman, a 4-3 ground out, and a 4-3 ground out. That's in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Here we go. The 0-1 pitch. That misses inside. 9. 9 by my count. Hanwha has had 2 full counts as the 1-1 pitch swing and a miss at another pitch that wasn't anywhere near the strike zone. Yeah, I had 1 in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, 2 in the sixth, and 1 in the eighth. Yeah, now the 1-2 pitch in the dirts, 2-2. No, yeah. And the 2-2 pitch, swing and a pitch at another pitch in the dirts. And strikeout to strikeout to strikeouts. We go to the bottom of the ninth. The KT's season on the line. KT's season on the line, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to have their 9-1-2 hitters coming up in the bottom of the ninth. They've got to score 4. They've got to score 4. Otherwise, their season is over. KT has got to win in order to advance. They can tie. They can actually tie. So they've got, like I said, they've got to score 4. 3 outs to score 4. Just the last game Hanwha played on Wednesday, they were up 5-3. They gave up 4 home runs, a walk-off, 2-run shots to a guy hitting 144 on the season. So we'll see. Flashy, it's never over in the KBO. Hanwha scored 16 runs in 1 inning once. 16 runs in 1 inning, Flashy. I have seen double-digit runs multiple times in my KBO watching career. I believe I saw a 16-0 no-hitter, complete game no-hitter. All right, Yoon San Hum out on the mound. Yeah, they do. All right, so Yoon San Hum out on the mound, 172 ERA, but again, only played a couple games. We'll have a pinch hitter here. Looks like we've got still back behind me. KT with a pinch hitter here for Guangdong Jin. Iho Yun. KT got their scoring started in the fifth inning with a pinch run with a pinch hitter. So can they do the same here? First pitch is a single into left field, into center field, and KT ready to do it. One pitch, one hit, ladies and gentlemen. That flips the lineup back over to the top of the lineup, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Hog Young Min steps in. And he's 0 for 3 on the day. Couple flyouts to center, a 5-3 ground out. That is in the dirt, and it's now 1-0. Also had a sacrifice fly back in the fifth inning to put KT's first run on the board. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. Up high, 2-0. And that's in there for a strike. And everything will come back to that bottom of the fifth inning, top of the first, and the bottom of the fifth. Only 2 innings with any runs scored. And here comes the 2-1 pitch. Fouls it into his foot, and it's 2-2. Oh, no question. 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts, 2 flyouts, and I don't know, 4 guys left on base, something like that. 3 guys left on base. All right, here we go. The 2-2 pitch sets up right down the middle for Og Young Min. And that's going to be a ground ball. Shortstop backhands it, gets to his feet, throws to second, not in time. And they're going to video replay this. I think he's there. Oh, Shimu Jun kind of makes a diving catch to his side, down to his knees, gets up, throws to seconds. We'll check the replay. I think he might be there. Ooh, bad slide by Iho Yan, I think gets him. A bad slide by the runner gets him out. Awful slide at second base allows a Shimu Jun to get him out. Hog Young Min now at first base, 1 out for Kim Min Hyuk. That's misses in the dirt. That gets away. Hog Young Mean will head on over to second base. Again, that slide was awful. His lead foot didn't stay down and he drove it back, kind of bent his knee. And because of that, he's not able to get in. A head first slide, he's easily in there. And here comes the 1-0 pitch. Misses 2-0. Kim Min Hyuk, 1 for 3 on the day, a walk, a single, a fly out, and a strikeout. And the 2-0, that's a ground ball right back up the middle. Hog Young Min is going to round third, and he's going to hold him up. And another hit for KT. Puts runners on the corners. And that's play is coming up huge. Flashy, thinking about all the things that he said so bad about KT. And that brings up An Hyun Min. Yep. An Hyun Min strolls to the plates. He's been on base 3 times. A walk, a fly out to center field, a single, and a double. 333 on the season. Looking to extend his first season in the KBO a little bit farther. And sets up on the outside. First pitch in there for strike at the bottom of the zone, and it's 0-1. Curveball, curveball, curveball. He is keeping that curveball down. He does have a 140, upper 140s fastball. And here we go, the 0-1 pitch. Low. 1-1. And here we go, the 1-1 pitch. Sets up right down the middle. And that's going to be chopped, but gets foul. 1-2. And on the 1-2 pitch. Woo! Up at the face. And it's now 2-2. Not just for this game. And that's going to be a ground ball over the first baseman's head. An Hyun Min is going to round first. He's going to head back, though. And they've got runners on the corner again with another run in. An Hyun Min comes up huge again with another RBI. That slide is looking huge. Kong Ko steps in. 0 for 3 on the day. And a strike one down at the bottom of the zone, 0 and 1. Pop fly to the third baseman in the first inning, flew out to center in the second, a walk in the fifth, a pop fly to the second baseman in the seventh. A swing and a miss at a pitch in the dirts. Again, he tries to hit grand slams with nobody on. All right, here we go. The 0-2 pitch. An Hyun-min did not take second on that pitch in the dirts. 375 in the ninth inning at 2 home runs. 0-2 count right now. Misses up high. All 1 and 2. It'd be hilarious if he comes up with the bases loaded again. All right, the 1-2 pitch to Kong Ko. Taps the glove on the ground, says he wants it in the dirts. That's going to be a ground ball right back up the middle, and An Hyun-min is going to round second. And heads back to second as Kong Ko comes up with the RBI single. And the lead is now 2. Man, is that slide coming up huge. It would be 6-5 now. And that brings up Wang Jae-gyun. He had an RBI walk back in the 5th inning. Yoon Son-hum still out there. Kong Ko is out now as they get a pinch runner, since that would be the tying run over at first base. Wang Jae-gyun steps in. 0 for 3 on the day. Pops foul the first pitch, and it's 0-1. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. Sets up on the outside. Rolls over it to shortstop. Fields it. Throws it to second. The throw to first. Safe with a diving head first slide. As the 6-4 putout puts runners on the corner. With 2 outs for none other than the guy that watched 2 straight pitches down the middle with the bases loaded in the 5th inning. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the KBO. This is the KBO. They will have a pinch runner over at first base. Misses ball 1 up high, 1-0. No, again, Jang Sang-woo, 0 for 4 on the day. Flew out to flew out to right with the runners on first, flew out to center field, a strikeout looking with the bases loaded in the 5th inning, and a fly out to center. The 1-0 is a popped foul out of play, and it's 1-1. This is the KBO, ladies and gentlemen, where no lead is ever safe. How big is that bad slide? As that is a fouled away. 1-2. Pak Jun Young looking on. 110 pitches through 5 innings. Here we go. The 1-2 pitch sets up high in the zone. And he hits him. Not going to be a hero, but he is going to load the bases up. That brings up Stevenson. The foreigner has a chance to extend his KBO career right here, ladies and gentlemen. Bases loaded. Second base, a pinch runner for Wang Jae-gyun is Yoon Jun Hyuk, as Jang Sung-woo will also come out. John Jin Hyuk, the former Hanwha Eagle, will take over on first base. Stevenson steps in. Pitch in the dirts, ball 1. Fouls it into the dirt, and it's 1-1. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what the KBO promises. Never a game over until the last out. And the 1-1 pitch sets up right down the middle. Way up high, ball 2. 27 pitches now for Yoon San Hum in this inning. And the 2-1 is popped up. That might be trouble. That's going to get down, and it gets down and in. 1 run is in, 2 runs is in, and that, ladies and gentlemen, ties the game up at 6. As Flashy didn't believe me, but now he realizes you should always believe what I say about the KBO. Always believe what I say about the KBO, Flashy. Always, always, always. John Jin Hyuk over at third base now. Stevenson, I think, is over at second. Stevenson, again, the ultimate hustle guy. He's over at second base. You've got runners on second and third for Kim Song-soo, and he hits them to load the bases. Wow. That brings up the leadoff batter to this inning, Lee Ho-yeon, who singled and then, with a bad slide at second, was forced out. Otherwise, KT would have walked it off there. All right, here we go. Lee Ho-yeon, plenty of speed over its third base on a wild pitch. Yoon Hum loves to throw some forkballs, and that one is way, way up high. Ball one, 1-0. All right, here we go. The 1-0 pitch sets up right down the middle. And that is a strike at the top of the zone, 1-1. 31 pitches now for Yoon Hum. He's hit two, given up 3-4 singles and a double. And the 1-1 is lifted into center field, but sliding catch is Iwan Suk. And that will send us to extra innings, ladies and gentlemen, as they leave another 3 on. We go to some free baseball, ladies and gentlemen. Free baseball. Free baseball, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. The KBO just, wow. Like, what do you say, man? The KBO is just crazy. It's symbolism, Kiwi. It's symbolism. It's a new game, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, if KT ties, NC must win. So again, Flashy, I know you don't know a lot about the KBO, but KT, this is their season. Right now, they're currently in 6th place and this is the last game of the season for them. If they win, NC has to win in order to go to the playoffs. If they lose, they're in 6th and they miss the playoffs. So this is a huge, huge game for KT. Hanwha, the game does not matter. So a tie for NC, because in the KBO, there is a tie after 11 innings. In the KBO, if there's a tie, it's like a game didn't count. So we've got Park Young-hyun out on the mound. He's one of the best closers in the game. There's a lot of changes defensively for KT. I'll try to get them in as I'm doing all the streaming here, but I can't make any any uh, any guarantees that I can get them all in until we get to the break. As Che and Ho looks at strike one down the middle. That misses outside. 1-1. Oh, Che and Ho on the day is again a huge 3-run shot, but since then 0 for 3. A swing and a miss there, and it's 1-2. Warming up is Hae Jung Dae and Go Young Pyo. All hands on deck today as the 1-2 pitch misses low and outside. 2-2. All right, I'll try to get everything fixed. John Jin Hyuk will go into center field. Stevenson is replaced as they have a new catcher, as that's going to be a ground ball past the diving second baseman, and Hanwha's got a base runner. All right, again, lots of changes, lots of things so Lee Sung-dong got that. Stevenson is going to be replaced. Very interesting to replace Stevenson. Jo Dae-hyun is the catcher right now, as that is popped foul, and it's 0-1. No, Yoon Jun Hyuk is replaced over its first by Moon Sang Chul. And way up high there, 1-1. Let's see. Lee Do-yeon is over at a second base. And up high, ball 2. Kim Sang-soo moves over to shorts. John Jin-hyuk takes over in center field. All right, I think I've got that. I think I've got everything situated now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Shimu Jun, the 2-2 counts. He is 0 for 1, popped up to the pitcher. A swing and a miss there, and that's out to number 1. A fastball up in the zone. It gets him swinging, and that brings up Ejin Young. All right, let me double check. Oh, Yoo Jun Gyu is the DH now. Kang Baek Ho is done. And just misses on the inside. Catches the outside corner. All right, I think I've got everything changed here. Moon Sang Chol over at first. John Jin Hyuk is over at center. Jo Dae-hyun is catching. Yep. And the 1-1 just gets a stitch on the inside corner, and it's 1-2. Ejin Young, the only Hanwha starter without a hit. And the 1-2 pitch that is lifted into center left field. Sorry, left field Min Hyuk under it. And that's 2 away. All right, Lee Do-yeon steps in. 2 for 4 on the day. A single with a run scored in the first, a 5-3 ground out in the second, a single back in the fifth, and then a flew out to left. And that's a swing and a miss at a pitch up at his letters, and it's 0-1. All right, here we go. The 0-1 pitch. Right down the middle fastball. 16 pitches now for Park Young-hyun. KT gambling on winning it in the bottom of the 10th. As the 0-2 pitch swing and a miss on a pitch off the plate. And we will go down to the bottom of the 10th, ladies and gentlemen. The bottom of the 10th. Whew. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. All right. Misses up high, ball one. You can hear me? You can hear me? All right, the 1-0 pitch in there for a strike on the outside corner, 1-1. KT Magic, ladies and gentlemen, the KT Magic. Og Young Min. The 1-1 is popped up, but it gets out of play, and it's 1-2. Max Verstappen. All right, so Hog Young Min does his little wiggle waggle back behind in the box, and the 1-2 that is popped up. Second baseman on the grass makes the play, and the 1 away. Sure. A pinch hit single by Ito Yun, but then he was thrown out at second base because he had a bad slide. Single by Kim Min Hyuk, RBI single by An Hyun Min, a RBI single by Kang Bae Ko, a 6-4 ground out by Wang Jae Gyun, who beat out the throw with a head first slide, a hit by pitch from Kang Sung Woo, an 2 RBI double by Stevenson, a hit by pitch by Kim Song Soo, and then a flyout by Iho Yun. Boom. All right. Misses up and in, and it's 1-0. Kim Min Hyuk has been on base 3 times, a couple singles, a run scored, and that's one that hits him. They need base runners, and they just got one. An Hyun Min steps in now. Big RBI single last inning. He's been on base 4 times. We'll see. Do they put him in motion? Kim Min Hyuk does have some speed. An Hyun Min steps in. 335 on to the season for the eventual Rookie of the Year. Way up high. Ball 1-0. And here we go. The 2-0 pitch. Misses low. Ball 3-0. If I'm Hanwha in this game, actually, I cared about this game, I would not let him beat me. And this is what they're doing. They're not going to let him beat him. After this, you've got Yoo Jun Gyu, who actually was a pinch runner. And then Moon Sang Chol, who does have some offensive power. There's John Jin Hyuk also there, but really their main offensive guys are out of the game at this point for pinch runners. Is the 3-0. That's going to be a ground ball under the legs of Wang Young Mook. Kim Min Hyuk is going to round second. An Hyun Moon is going to slide into second base, and oh my lord, an error on Wang Young Mook could have ended the inning, but instead they've now got runners on a second and third with 1 out for Yoo Jun Gyu. KBO doing KBO stuff. A 3-0 pitch he's swinging at, clapping and clapping, and then realizes that he can get to second. Absolutely KBO happening. Absolute KBO happening, ladies and gentlemen. Winning run to extend their season 90 feet away. Infield is in. Almost tries the Hanwha suicide squeeze, but it's a bad pitch up high. 1-0. This, ladies and gentlemen, is pure KBO-ness at its finest. And just remember, this ain't even the playoffs yet. That starts on Monday. Here we go. The 1-0 pitch sets up right down the middle. Misses up high, 2-0. Where's Flashy? Where's Jim? All right, here we go. The 2-0 sets up right down the middle in the dirts. A great block by Hanwha Saw. Here we go. The 3-0 pitch sets up right down the middle. He throws it right down the middle, and it's 3-1. Again, the infield is drawn in. A bunt would make for a very, very special play at home. Hanwha Saw is a second league catcher getting the start today. And here we go. The 3-1 pitch sets up right down the middle again. And he tries to bunt, and they get him caught in a rundown at third. Through to the second baseman, back to the catcher, back to the third baseman, and that is now. Oh my Lord! Wow! Oh my Lord! That was the most KBO thing I have ever seen in my life. Tries to bunt, gets caught at in between third and home, throws to the shortstop who's covering third, throws to the catcher, throws to the third baseman, throws to the first baseman who is covering home. They tag the runner at third who comes off the bag, then throw to second base to get the double play. I think I got that right. Good Lord, KBO. Wow. I cannot believe what I just saw. Again, the KBO managers, specifically these two managers, the manager in the KT dugout, the manager in the Hanwha dugout, are both god awful managers. The worst managers, they still manage like it's 1985. They are absolutely dog crap at managing a game. And then they call for the suicide squeeze. Like, oh my Lord. That was the most embarrassing garbage I have ever seen. The bottom of that inning was the prototypical pure KBO-ness. That was embarrassing. Can't get the bunt down, then gets both runners thrown out on the base pass. Wow. Kim Tae-yeon, the first pitch is swing and a miss there. Ground ball to the first baseman, underhand toss, covered by the pitcher, and that's is one away. I think Kim Tae-yeon made the tag. Oh my lord. The final out was a tag by the right fielder who came in to get the pitch or get the throw from the first baseman. As the 1-0 is in there for a strike at the bottom of the zone, 1-1. So the play was a ball, but it was a strike because the batter offered at it at a pitch way, way up over the zone. Hawaiian Saw ended up having to jump to catch it as the 1-0 is fouled away, 1-1. Had to jump to catch it, throws to the shortstop who's covering third, who then chases him down, throws to the first baseman who's now covering home, runs back the play, as that is in the dirt, runs back the play. Third base, the runner at third overruns third base. So the first baseman tags him and then turns and then realizes the runner from second is too far off the bag, throws to the right fielder, as that's a swing and a miss there, throws to the right fielder who's now covering second base. So that goes down as a 2-6-3-9 double play. Wow. That brings up Wang Young Mook, who had the bobble to put runners on. That's deep inside, and it's 1-0. Wow. And that was the top of KT's lineup, as the 1-0 was fouled away. 1-1. Because yeah, the shortstop was covering third because the third baseman was too far in. That is a low 2-1. Have I seen a crazy game like this? Yes. Have I ever seen that bad of a play? No. Have I ever seen an inning as bad as that? Maybe. As here comes the 2-1 pitch that is popped up. That might be trouble. A center fielder giving chase and makes the catch. So what that does, though, is that's guarantees that KT at least ties. Okay, so KT at least ties, which means tomorrow NC has to win or tie. So we go to the bottom of the 11th. This is the 11th inning, last inning in the KBO. So KT will either tie or win. No matter what, the game tomorrow between NC and SSG is now important. And I have to imagine. Oh, Wang Jun Saw is coming out for Hanwha. Wang Jun Saw is going to come out to pitch here. Oh, the amount of hate NC fans have for Hanwha right now. I had to think that is there anybody left on KT's bench? They've got to have somebody that's a better hitter than here. I have to think maybe Baejong Dae pinch hits here. They've got to have somebody pinch hit. Thank you, Papa Rain. Well, if they tie, they also go. So if they, because right now in season fifth, so they tie. All right, Yu Jung Gyu. Again, I would think that they would pinch hit here, but Wong Jun Saw out on the mound for Hanwha as they. Yeah, Jim. No, we do have a pinch hitter, and that misses inside. Kim Hyun-woo pinch hitting here, the backup catcher. That's his low ball too. Papa Rain, do you have? Did you take Hanwha? And the 2-0 pitch in there for a strike, and it's 2-1. Woo-hoo. You were feeling fabulous after this first inning, I get. I think Hanwha's manager just doesn't like NC because they won a championship after he left. As that one's fouled away. 2-2 now. Oh, Kang Hyung-woo. I said Kim. Now that I've put the right name. All right, the 2-2 pitch. Fouls away, ball 3, and it stays 2-2. He doesn't even remember what century it is, Stefan. That is lifted up. Left fielder under it. 1 away. That's going to bring up a Moonsong Chol. I'm going to go ahead and get legendary Hanwha Eagle player's music ready as he will be the game. Moonsong Chol getting his first at bat today. Swing and a miss there, and it's 0-1. Yeah, they have two players left on the bench. Baejong Dae and An Chi Young. And the 0-1, did he go around? I don't think he did. He did not. And it's 1-1. Everybody's hoping for a tie so they get their money back. Papa, I live in Korea. I was a season ticket holder for years. And another 1-1 pitch. Sets up on the outside corner and he fouls. Yeah, that's your KBO teams. That's your every KBO uniform. Got my KT Wiz uniform on today. All right, here we go. The 1-2 pitch. Low, ball 2, 2-2. Here we go. The 2-2 pitch sets up on the outside. And that's in the dirt. Runs the count full, 3-2. 10th full count of the day for KT, ladies and gentlemen. And the 3-2 swing and a miss. Do they have John Jin Hyuk hits or do they have Bae Jung Dae hits? That is the question. John Jin Hyuk steps in. And it looks at ball one way outside. John Jin Hyuk, no one to John Jin. Now your boy, John Jin Hyuk. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Oh, to John Jin. Now your boy, John Jin. All right, the 1-1 pitch. Fouled out of play, 1-2. Let's do it again, ladies and gentlemen. Go on to John Jin. Soon now your boy. 1-2 pitch, way up high, 2-2. Oh, the John Jin. No, I live in Korea. I'm watching on Korean TV right now, live in my living room. As here comes the 2-2 pitch. And that's going to be a liner past the shortstop, and he is going to be on base with a big single. Is now the go-ahead run, the game-winning run is on base. Papa, if you want to watch, I assume, Papa, where do you live? Are you in the U.S. or where? All right, stepping up now is Jo Dae-hyun. All right, here we go. The 1-0 pitch just catches the top of the zone, 1-1. It's one of my buttons, just a sound. All right, here we go. The 1-1 pitch sets up right down the middle to Bae Jung Dae, sorry. And 1-2. And the 1-2 pitch swing fouls it into the glove, but he can't hold on to it. Oh, Papa, if you live in the U.S., you can actually watch for free. They have an international provider that lets anybody watch, but right now we've got a 1-2 counts, a winning run on first base. Bae Jung Dae pinch hitting here, 204 on the season. And here we go. Yeah, the KBO allows national TV. All games are played all the time. Yes, here we go. The 1-2 pitch sets up high, just below the letters on the outside, and that's going to be fouled straight back into the netting. Stays 1-2. Bae Jung Dae lost his starting spot in center field. Has not had a good season. Long time KT Wiz, probably here in the end of his career. And the 1-2 pitch in the dirts, 2-2. Here we go, 2-2, 2 outs, bottom of the 11th, runner on first, and sets up outside just below the belt, and that is popped up, but gets out of play, foul, and stays 2-2. Where? Hold up, here we go. You mean these Cardinals? Those Cardinals? And the 2-2 in the dirt runs the count full, 3-2. Yeah, I'm from Missouri. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. A 3-2 count. Outside, ball 4, and he puts the go-ahead run in to scoring position. Ladies and gentlemen. Kim Sang-soo hit by a pitch in his last at-bats. Couple walks. He's been on base all 3 times, and that one's in there for a strike on the outside. And it's 0-1. Here we go. The 0-1 pitch sets up high, just at the belt. And he lifts that one up. Kim Tae-yeon running over and makes the catch. And that, ladies and gentlemen, shall end thy game. Stefan. All right. Well, this, ladies and gentlemen, was the prototypical KT or KBO game. Holy smokes. And both Hanwha's managers and KT's managers are absolute awful. They are not very good at all. They continue to manage like it's 1985, despite the fact that they do not have Vince Coleman on their team leading things off. KT's manager does not start the foreigner today. Instead, they start Oh Suk. Should have had an easy win today for KT, but Hanwha jumped out absolutely huge in the first inning. Park Jun-young making his first start in 2 years. Gives up, Oh Suk comes out, gives up a single to Ewon Suk, a single to Gwang Gwang-min, and then a 3-run shot to Chae In-ho, then a walk to Lee Jin-young, a single to Lee Do-yoon, a single RBI single to Kim Tae-yeon, then a 2 RBI single to Won Young-mook, and then another single to Ewon Suk, and easily Hanwha's up 6-0 in the first inning. Oh Suk only gets 1 out as a starter. Patrick comes in and pitches absolutely fantastic, going 7.2 innings, 96 pitches, 72 strikes, 6 hits, 2 strikeouts, and only 1 run. I think the story, there's 2 stories really. The number 1 story is obviously Park Jun-young pitched, got out of its and I don't want to say he pitched fantastic. 5 innings, 110 pitches, only 56 for strikes. So he barely threw more than 50% of his pitches for strikes. 3 hits, 6 walks, 3 strikeouts, 2 runs. In the 5th inning, KT had an opportunity to really put themselves back in the game. They had a leadoff walk by Kim Song-soo, and then a pinch hit single by Lee Jung-hoon. Then from there, a sacrifice by Ha Kyung-min put them up or put them on the board for the first time. Then An Hyun-min comes up with a single, a walk, and then another walk for an RBI, a bases loaded walk, puts them down 6-2. They have their captain come up, and he strikes out looking on 2 straight pitches right down the middle. At that point, you go to the break, you come back, back and forth, and nobody really doing anything. But at the end, KT in the 9th inning, a leadoff single by Lee Ho-yeon, and then a shot by Ha Kyung-min into the hole. Shim Woo-jun makes a diving stop, throws it to second base, where Lee Ho-yeon slides into second base, but bends his leg on a bad slide and ends up getting thrown out. Otherwise, it's first and second with nobody out. Then Kim Min-hyung comes up with a single. An Hyun-min comes up with an RBI single, an RBI single by Kang Baek-ho, and then a 6-4 groundouts. They try to turn the double play. Wang Jae-gyun beats it with a head first slide into first base. Then Jang Sung-woo comes up again, but gets hit by a pitch to load the bases, which brings up Stevenson, who hits a 2 RBI double to tie the game. Kim Song-soo is hit by a pitch, and then Lee Ho-yeon comes up again, but ends up flying out to center field. Then in the bottom of the 10th inning, they have all the time in the world. They get hit. Kim Min-hyuk gets hit by a pitch. Then an error on Wang Young-mook by An Hyun-min, hit by An Hyun-min, puts An Hyun-min at seconds and Kim Min-hyuk 90 feet away. It's a 3-0 count, a 3-1 count, a 3-1 fastball way up high. Ha In-saw ends up having to jump to make the catch, but Kim Min-hyuk is off third base, ends up being a 2-6-3-9 ending double play. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how the game really ended. Obviously, in the 11th inning, they had a single by John Jin-hyuk and then a walk, but then a flyout by Bae Jung-dae ends the game. But what this does mean is it does mean that NC tomorrow has to win or tie to go to the playoffs. Hanwha, the reason why you have a trash can emblem for Hanwha is because they broke an unwritten rule in the KBO, or not in the KBO, but in baseball. When you have a close game, when you have a game that the other team is still playing for something, it doesn't matter if you've made the playoffs or not made the playoffs. It is your responsibility as a team to field a competitive team. The reason why this is because maybe next year Hanwha has to win to make the playoffs. And if they play a team that is not in the playoffs and they suddenly don't play any of their regular players, or Hanwha another team has to win or has to lose for Hanwha to make the playoffs, and then the opposing team suddenly doesn't play any of their starters, that is something that you don't want to get into. So again, they send out a starter who hasn't started a game all season. They send out one regular starter, No Shiwan, who only had a double. But then in the again, KT should have easily won this game. Let's just start there. KT should have easily won this game. They didn't. They did get away with a tie, but again, Hanwha broke one of the unwritten rules by not fielding or not trying to play a competitive team. And what makes this even more important is Hanwha has 2 weeks off. They have 2 weeks off. They don't play for 2 weeks because in the KBO, the playoffs is a ladder system. They could have easily started Wang Jun Saw or Jo Don Wook or Aum Song Baek, one of their regular starters, and maybe started a couple of their regular players, and then taken them out if they got up early. That would be okay. But the fact that they did not field a competitive team from the starts, most people would not root for Hanwha. Most people that understood baseball would not root for Hanwha because of this whole situation. Just a sec. Sorry, I had to cough there. I didn't think you guys wanted to hear it. So, but tomorrow game is going to be extremely important. SSG will start Kim Kwon Hyun. They will not field a complete team, and the reason why is because SSG is in third, which means they're going to play next week. So they're not going to risk injury to their older players when they're playing next week versus Hanwha, who has 2 weeks off. So the fact that, SSG is willing to throw Kim Kwon Hyun, one of the highest paid starters in the league, tomorrow against NC and Riley. Riley now has to start tomorrow. So tomorrow's game will be a massive, massive, huge game, just like today's game. So I will be there for tomorrow's game, NC SSG versus NC, 5 o'clock, same exact time. So make sure you guys tune into that, as that game will mean a lot. And the winner of, so if NC wins or ties tomorrow, they make it to the playoffs. If NC loses, KT will make the playoffs, the same KT that we just watched here. And they will also have an extra day off. If you're not familiar with how the KBO playoff system works, if you go to the community post, you can actually check and see. I kind of broke it down and explained it there. The dates are not right. They've pushed it back. Monday will be the first day of the playoffs. So remember, I am on vacation next week. So I will be able to stream the weekday games next week. Then there'll be 2 weeks where I won't be able to stream any of the weekday games. So hopefully there's rain during the week to push the games off. And then the very last week of October, which will be the Korean series week, I took off from work also to be able to stream those games. So thank you guys for tuning in. I will be back tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Stefan, remember, tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Remember, Stefan, tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Not 6, not 6:30, 5 o'clock. Do you need me to send you a message or call you? All right. So thank you guys for tuning in. As always, until next time.